hill, thank you, Hyro. If you wanted to build the castle on the hill, then you'd build the castle, and then you'd also build the wall, giving you a rampart, a method of defense against the attackers to the castle. So you would have your troops on the top of the wall, and you would have your keep. Okay, and the keep was, if they breached the wall, you still had the wall to your castle, in essence. Your keep is your home. Your keep is where you keep your people, where you keep your treasure. Okay, whatever's valuable to you is in your keep, and your outer defense is the wall. This is the Motte and Bailey, in essence. That concept of Motte and Bailey, where you protect your center, and then you also have an outer defense, that is a methodology through which people maintain wealth throughout time, and that is the name of the game when it comes to. It's like anyone can make a fortune, but can everyone keep it? Because with a fortune, you can. I mean, how do I put this? In one path, people can live entirely off their investments and let their money work for them. In another path, people are only able to generate income through the trading of their most precious resource, which is their time and energy. And then there are the things in between. It's like you could work for yourself, which is almost like having the worst sort of boss possible, and you can own a system, like the banks owning the Federal Reserve, for instance, have a system. These are the four ways of generating income, and it's a process both of not just generating but keeping and leveraging. So that's on one side of it.
Hey, you left out the Rothschilds.
Sure, but that's Europe.
And not only Europe, that's here too. I mean, they take and control everything through the banking system.
Right, but it's not any one particular people. It's just those who figured out how to do this. Right.
That's what I'm saying. Their whole family, and they financed Christopher Columbus coming over here, and then they set up all these corporations, that actually created the United States. I mean, their fingers are far and deep. I mean, they own the Federal Reserve.
And their contemporary,
the Rothschilds and their children and their children and their children. I mean, this has been going on for centuries.
The current president of France was once his employee, or their employee.
Yeah, I don't know, just strange. I mean, whoever like they say, whoever holds the gold rules or whatever it is.
Well, that's the alternative golden rule, right? But the true golden rule is you treat others as you yourself would wish to be treated.
Well, but that's the golden rule. I mean, right. But that doesn't happen.
Well, I think in cases it happens, and in cases the other default occurs.
Well, it's hard for that to happen, because when people treat other people like they want to be treated, I mean, the thing is, if they have inequities in the way that they're wanting to be treated, then the thing is, it's wrong. Period.
Yeah,
I mean,
it was only after I got married that I come to found out that I married a sadist. I'm like, oh my goodness, what have I done?
Yeah, right.
Because I'm not a masochist.
Right. Well, that thing sort of happens. The thing is, people think differently. Women think differently than men, and men think differently than women. And there's so many different variables to life, and we all think different from each other. So, it's the most important thing that we can do is take and try to negotiate, our own positions with other people to come to some kind of agreement with each other. That's the only thing that possibly can exist where there's contentment, because if you can't agree and really truly agree, then you really have no contentment. But anyway,
welcome.
I got a question for you.
Welcome, friends.
Who's somebody else here?
To wake up and think clearly. WUTC.life WUTC. We'll get you to this channel, I believe. And we're live.
Hey,
This is
Iro, last week, you talked about, when you were in Colombia and how the teachers, some of them spoke English and some of them spoke Spanish for different classes. How old were you when you came to the United States?
yes. That what I was talking about was when I took a year to study a regular grade school in Colombia, and I was around 11 and 12 years old. But before that, I was going to regular traditional public schools in small all-American towns in the USA, like kindergarten through seventh grade, I guess. And then I went back to Colombia for a year and then came back.
Okay, so you basically grew up in the United States going to the public schools here in this country.
Yes, I was in America when I was 4.5 years old or so.
So, where you lived in California then?
No, I first landed in Miami Beach. No, Miami, Florida. The port of Miami,
Oh, is that right? So
I would say.
you said you
Well,
lived
I
in
was
California for a while though, right?
No, I was there, but I didn't really live there. I was stationed in the U.S. Air Force
Oh, okay.
to study in Monterey, California,
Oh,
to
I see.
study
Okay, yeah.
Russian and to become a crypto linguist. But I did not complete the Russian skill required.
Oh,
So
I
I,
see. So you were in Monterey.
yes, Defense Language Institute.
Oh,
Mm,
wow. Well,
They
that had
teach,
to be interesting to learn.
yes, they teach all kinds of languages there. Languages that belong to the enemies. They
Well, I
taught
guess the enemy is anybody that
Russian,
doesn't speak the language you speak, because you don't know
Chinese.
it.
Oh, they even taught Spanish because I guess they consider some Spanish speaking lands tending to be disobedient or be an enemy. I guess Cuba would be one example, maybe. I
Yeah,
wouldn't-
well, I mean, it would seem to me they would have plenty of people speaking Spanish because there's so many people in this country that could possibly be in the military that are Spanish speaking, period.
Yes, I figured just going in there and getting trained to be a Spanish crypto linguist would not be much value for me. So I decided to learn another language. I wanted to get Chinese, but it wasn't available so I took. Maybe I should have taken Arabic. Arab. Arabic? That would be that's probably the hardest language that they have.
Yeah.
Maybe
Bit of
take
So what were
resistance.
you trying to learn when you went there?
the career field is called crypto linguist, and so you learn a language, and then you also learn crypt crypto. I guess it's called cryptography, I guess you to be maybe you listen to their conversations. I guess like spying on them. So
Okay,
maybe
well, so what does the word crypto actually mean? Do you know?
so maybe that refers to everything is encoded so that the enemy doesn't know that they're being listened to. I don't know. I'll have to look it up.
I
But they
guess so,
call it
because
they call it crypto linguist. So you got to know a language and also cryptography. I guess to kind of spy on them, to listen to them. I don't
I
know
see.
why.
Well, the thing is they use that same word cryptocurrency too,
Hmm.
but the thing is, I understand that cryptocurrency isn't so, you can't easily hide it anymore. I mean, it can be found out, and the thing is, when you have a cryptocurrency account, if you lose your password or whatever, you could lose everything you got in it.
Wow. Or if somebody finds the password, right? Breaks in.
Yeah, that's right. Then you could lose anything you may have in it.
Wow.
So my mom's dad served in Korea, and I think he was in the language corps or whatever that would have been, listening to the North Korean radio signals. So he had to, of course, be taught Korean in order to be effective at that. All I know is he came back with a bullet in his leg and spent the last 35 years of his life walking around with a cane.
Oh.
But before that, before they discharged him honorably, because I guess maybe perhaps because he was a wounded soldier, they put him in a platoon. This is the early 1950s, and they were staying out in the desert in West Texas or New Mexico or Nevada. I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing the state correctly. Forgive me, anyone who might be listening from that place in the world. And what they did to that platoon, and they did this to about 200,000 military service members, is that they dropped a nuclear bomb. They did this actually several repeated times. There's a whole class of people known as atomic soldiers. They did this to U.S. Army and Navy service members, and they were trying to figure out, would people still fight in the presence or after the occurrence of the drop of a nuclear war, because we didn't know if we'd be fighting again in the 20th century in Europe, for instance. So they had to measure this. They had to answer this question from a psychological perspective.
It's in let's test it out.
Right.
Those are like guinea pigs.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean,
Radiate them some.
well, the U.S. government also at one point, I think in the 30s or 40s, they wanted to test biological pathogens. So they took a cold virus, or maybe it was an influenza strain, I'm not quite certain, and they sprayed San Francisco. They didn't tell any of the people, and then they measured the effects of it, the incidence of how many more people got these.
That was thoughtful.
Yeah, right.
Well,
Anyway, the end effect is that the people who were had the bomb dropped on them or near them or next to them, because obviously they'd have them dig trenches and then hang out in the trenches or something like that. Is that at the end of the process, they would tell these soldiers, okay, you can't tell anyone, not even your spouses. And if you do, you're committing treason and we will hang you. So they then would discharge these soldiers to go back to their wives who would, and maybe they'd had children or they'd go off to have children, but there were just all these amazingly these men who had these profound experiences, and they weren't allowed to talk with anyone about them.
And they'd have kids with some defect, maybe.
Yeah, that's most of my mother's siblings. I mean, the eldest one came out paranoid. Oh gosh, I wonder why.
The oldest,
the
one of your mother's siblings.
Yeah, the second one turned to alcohol. The third one turned to dope. The fourth one was my mother, who you've met, who, by the way, has a growth on her pituitary gland that's 4 times the size of the gland, and that gland controls regulates your hormones. The fifth one tried to join the Navy. She failed during the test, where you're in a room that's filling with water, and you got to stop the leaking pipes before sinks the ship. That's what that simulator room is all about. And if you don't pass that, you don't get to be in the Navy. She went on and died in her 30s, heart complications. That was the fifth one. The sixth one died at age 50. He had, like the first one, joined the army and was in it for a while, but during basic, he got a what do you call a split in the bone, like a hairline fracture. And during basic, the guy who was in charge of whatever that exercise they were doing at the time yelled at him to, just run it off, and it wound up going from a hairline fracture into a major fracture that disabled him for the rest of his life. And then he died age 50. And the seventh one, the baby of the family, she's currently dealing with multiple cancers herself.
Oh.
And the man himself, the father, died at age 58. Liver and kidney failure. These are the organs responsible for filtering.
And amongst those siblings was the one that, or was it father that, who was it that was the guinea pig? Oh, it
My
got
maternal
bombed.
grandfather was one of the atomic soldiers.
The
We only found this
So
out
you're-
because shortly before he died, in the 80s,
your mother's father.
the
was-
government started to admitting that it had done this thing, and by the 90s, about 10 years after he died, I think during the Clinton administration, there was a ceremony which honored whoever the survivors were. But prior to them starting to admit that they had done this in the early 80s or late 70s, the warehouse that held all their military service records mysteriously burned down. So it's difficult just to even figure out who. You had to know someone, and you had to find them. They still had to be alive, and there was a whole network of soldiers who were just doing that online prior to the days of Facebook, and they would get together and try to figure out this stuff. The remainders, the survivors, because a lot of them just would die early cancerous deaths.
Oh. Evil government.
Well, the other thing that the bomb did, which was not such a great thing for the United States, is that it changed the nature of science. Because prior to the invention of the bomb, we had a very open sort of sharing culture of science, and we were advancing at quite a clip and for quite a long time. After the bomb, you had so many things that became state secrets. Even things that didn't necessarily have to be classified became classified, and it in a way really impacted the culture of science in the United States, because we'd lost our open sharing capacity. So much of research and development just kind of went on a steady multi-decade decline, so that by the time you reached the 1980s, no one wanted to do R&D anymore, and that which was done was usually done in silos. So there wasn't very much information sharing back and forth between groups, and without information sharing, you get less innovation, and eventually innovation's the economic driver. If you don't have that, then you wind up on a eventual decline.
Yeah, it's a
So-
depth decline.
So that reminds me of shut up and calculate. That was the reminder to physics students and those who went on to get a job in government, I guess, to shut up and calculate. So that before, like the physicists before the atomic bomb were more open and creative, and so they produced all these great discoveries. But then after the war, then they were, like you said, became secretive, and also just shut up and calculate, like forced to just become calculators of I guess of data.
Right. Well, this seems to be a classic amongst, and this goes back for millennia. Are we subjects or are we objects?
Well, we're objects that are subjects. Everything is objective. Is an object.
But then,
That's like truth,
Oh. You're both,
right?
depending on the perspective.
and but then there was something happening in physics brought about by by some physicists that were kind of also hippies, and they were into studying Eastern philosophies. And so there's a book out called How the Hippies Saved Physics or something like that. And one of the famous outputs of that literarily is the book The Tao of Physics by Fritjof Capra. This physicist from Germany, but he writes and thinks very well in English, and that became popular a book in the 70s and 80s. But he went on to write some more excellent books on many subjects.
The one of the reasons why German speakers tend to be able to speak English so well is because the ancient Germanic language is one of the major influences of English, and also sort of related and aside to that fact, the largest ethnic group, which makes up the totality of Americans, are actually Germans in the United States. Not very many people know about this, because in World War II, those with German descent were encouraged to de-emphasize their German influence or heritage.
Just like Cincinnati, Ohio. I used to live around there. There's a German influence there, in Columbus, Ohio.
Yeah, Germans are all over. I mean, they're part of our culture.
So Nietzsche in the 19th century had something along the lines of about beware of staring into the void for too long, because the void will stare back. I have this another aside, is that I think that when we engage in battle with a group, in the end we wind up adopting some of their good and their bad, some of their nature, in other words. This was certainly true from a brain drain perspective. When, as Nazism rose, we gained a lot of the scientists who were fleeing Germany, and of course, so did some of the Russians post-war. We would not have had a space program advance as it did, certainly without the German rocket engineers, and the same was true for the Russians too. And what was that Operation Paperclip, where we had 1,500 former Nazi Party members, of course, to do anything, even to be a teacher in the state of Germany, or in the country of Germany, because they have multiple states. So you had to be a party member of one degree, and they even had like 5 different categories of member, and then you would have to do whatever state penance was in order to be able to be refolded into society. But my point there is, we've got the children and the grandchildren of former Nazis who are connected, having government jobs, U.S. government jobs. Are they still in the government? And to what degree is some of that ideology part of official, goings and doings, standard operating procedures? It's a question that I think deserves at least a little bit of pondering.
Yeah, well, the Nazis, they came over after World War II, like you said, through Operation Paperclip or whatever it was. And, you just don't leave your own ideology somewhere, you bring it with you, and I understand that's what they did. And, it's sort of, has infiltrated our country in many ways. You can just see it in Washington. I mean, it's there. And I understand what the whole war in Ukraine is all about is Nazism, because a group of Germans after World War II ended up settling up into Ukraine, and they became a regular Nazi community, and the thing is, when we're taking and supporting Ukraine right now, what we're really doing is supporting the Nazis of Ukraine more than anything else, So, the thing is, ideologies don't die. They just move from one place to another, and they still live, and it's just a matter of taking and people understanding how they work and what they do in order to, either agree with them or combat them, because, are they good or bad? We've come to conclude that Nazism is bad. But the thing is, when you take the swastika and then you look back as to its original meaning, means like a peace or something, because
Balance.
it's found, way back 2,000 years ago. So, I mean, the thing is, was their intent really as bad as what's being let known, or was there some goodness in what they were trying to do? Because all we hear about is all these Jews being killed, but the amount of Jews that were actually killed during World War II was only less than half of the amount of people that were killed. There were a lot of other people that were murdered and slaughtered too. So, I mean, there's so many questions about this whole thing that you never hear about. They're never discussed, because it's always the thing, the Nazis are bad and the Jews were good, So that's all we hear as a society. And then the rest becomes buried in the laws, because I understand that Hitler, one thing he wanted to do was get rid of the monetary system, which a lot of people have tried to do and have failed, ended up dead. I guess Hitler was, no different.
Well,
But-
he had his funders too.
What's that?
He had his funders too. I mean, you don't build up German industry
Well,
without
I know, but his
supporters.
funders are still there today, like Bayer and all these chemical companies that supported and created all these things that killed all these people. I mean, they're still there, and they're still creating. They're still a death squad, you might say, only in a different way now. They do it so it's accepted through chemotherapies and other different programs that are established to be good. So.
Pfizer is a German Chinese company.
Yeah, I know. They're anything but for capitalism. I mean, they are for capitalism, but they want to be the only one. Everybody else is wrong, and we're going to sell our product no matter what it does to you.
Right. Well, there seems to be a natural tendency to move towards monopoly, and sometimes what you'll get is a compromise, and that compromise is oligarchy, which is the top players deciding to stabilize and agree to play nice amongst each other in order to eliminate the minor competition. And then this goes back to the Mott and Bailey idea. Maybe if I can't own it all, I'll share it with one or two other players, and we'll just operate in cahoots and set our own rules for ourselves.
Well, that's what's happening now.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm describing.
That's what's
Then
happening.
they set the regulations for their own industry that basically eliminates the possibility for anyone else playing in it. And that
Yeah.
becomes the law of the land.
Yeah. Well, folks, I'm going to get going here, get on the road and do my thing. So nice sharing with everybody here this morning, a few minutes or whatever.
All
And
right. Thanks
maybe
for dropping
we'll
by.
maybe we'll see y'all next week.
Thank you, David.
Okay, Doug, it's a pleasure. Have a good day, folks.
Bye. That was David Thornton dropping by to say hello. And let's see. Oh, let's see.
So what's the topic today, guys?
Hmm,
Great question.
hmm. What's on your mind, Don?
Wow,
about
let's
you?
see. There's so much that we could talk about. Let me look on my list of options.
Mm.
Things to talk about.
I love that she keeps a list.
I'm such a nerd. Uh,
Oh, don't forget you have to do the laundry.
oh, I know. All right.
We could talk about laundry.
Oh God, let's don't talk about that. I might have to make you come and do some. I don't know. Have we ever talked about where do thoughts come from?
That's a great question. Thought about that a little bit today or this past week too.
Interesting.
And have we talked about where they go?
No, where the thoughts go?
Like they come and they go. So where
Yeah.
do they come from and where do they go?
Yes.
That is assuming that they are immortal. So they just show up and then leave, but they're somewhere else.
Well, we could discuss the nature of the arisings of thoughts, but I
The
want to
nature.
lean in a little bit on your question, Jairo. Where do they go? I was reading a business leader last night. He was selling his 10-week course on how to make a successful business, but in his intro to that, he stated this habit that he's had since about the age of 15. And what he does, he's found that if he's fast enough and writes down those ideas that come to him, then they multiply and they become larger and larger and they become poems. He's written big books of poems as a result. They become books. He's written books as a result,
Wow.
and also business plans. And that was what led into the sales pitch for his course. But he also wrote that if he doesn't get and record them down fast enough, then they leave him. And also, if he ignores them long enough, he goes through a dry spell and he doesn't have access to them anymore.
Wow.
That is very
How does he record his thoughts?
Right. That would be written, right? For me, I would use a keyboard, but other people would use pen on pad.
Or
And
they
what
might use a
about
recording device and speak it.
and
Yes.
speak it?
Like us right now.
Yes.
Speak it into Zoom and have it available on YouTube. So I will be going through all the thoughts we've left these past 3 years, more years, 3 and some months, years, and finding all the great thoughts and putting them together into one powerful thought.
That's a massive undertaking. Are you saying you're going to go through all your videos and pull out clips of that, of different things you think was poignant in those conversations, and then put them into a collection of
Yes,
one video?
wouldn't that be wonderful? Or
How
have
old will you be when you
shorts.
get done?
Have little shorts on the channel that maybe put some on TikTok,
I like it. That's a good
Instagram,
idea.
on Facebook, everywhere.
Just
On
don't put any clips of my hair looking crazy, Hyro. Come on. You're my friend.
let's see, what's another great site with much traffic? Mm,
So we can put clips of you sleeping.
what's a good site?
It says his snore sound different this
Yeah.
week than last week. What was he
I-
thinking
I
when
think
he
the
was snoring?
big four are Instagram. No, not Instagram. Is it Instagram? Yeah, probably, because that's the American version. TikTok, the Chinese version.
Mm.
In the United States, well, the world really, YouTube, where it is already, but
Has
of course
Twitter
you're gonna
died?
post, and Facebook. And if you wanted to, you could post versions on Twitter as well.
It's Twitter is still alive and vibrant. I thought it was. I don't do
It
Twitter.
varies. It
Mm.
varies. I think Twitter's always been like this crazy space. Comes down to who you are following.
Mm.
Well, let's discuss for a moment something that Chris Hedges said. He thought the reason why the reason why he personally doesn't participate in any sort of social media is he thinks it's a I'm going to borrow a phrase that C.J. Hopkins has utilized: limited hangout. There's no such thing, Chris Hedges says, as online activism. If you're going to Facebook and you're posting your thoughts or your complaints or your comments there, you're just shunted. You're not doing anything really effective. Now, what would Hedges say is the alternative to that? The alternative to that is the same thing that was perhaps done in the 1960s, 50s and 60s, let's say during the civil rights movement, which kind of, I would say, was stopped in a violent way in 1968 during the protest in Chicago outside the Democratic National Convention. Things kind of changed that night in our country. And now, I mean, you think of the January 6th riot back in 2021. It's when I saw people who were like in favor of the put down of that, I'm like, you're just going to make the redress of grievances to our government that much more difficult by supporting people protesting, because it was violent during inauguration in 2017 too. But to get back into the Mont Bailey idea and protecting the keep, if the country, because when I see a Mont Bailey, imagine a circle that's filled in, and then an open space, and then another circle surrounding that circle. That's the idea of the Mont Bailey. And there's also the symbol for the Federalist party, and you'll find that all subsequent parties use the same sort of logo of a circle with an outer circle. It was present on all the planes that we had in World War I as well. You have to kind of take a look at it. If you go to Wikipedia and search Federal Party, you'll see it's a black dot surrounded by a white circle, surrounded by a black circle. And symbolically, when I look at that, I see the classic concept of Mont Bailey, the idea of the keep, and then the outer wall. It looks to me that the establishment of the Federalists was an extension of the European concept of protecting the keep. And every party from the Democratic Republicans, who they were also known as the Anti-Federalists. This is the group led primarily by Thomas Jefferson, for instance. Those were the two initial emergent parties that came about post the establishment of the Constitution. Because remember, our United States of America won its independence as a confederation. For the first 12 years of our nation, we were operating more like a NATO, where it was a conglomeration of independent states drawn together in order to provide a common defense, in this case against the British Empire. Now we won it under that, and I think part of the reason why we won it is because people thought that they would have freedom within their own lands. But then, let me see, the treaty of, was it Treaty of Paris? I forget the name. There's, by the way, there have been like 2 or 3 dozen treaties of Paris, but the one, I forget if it was signed in London or if it was signed in Paris, but there was a treaty that officially ended the war. in I think 1783. And then we had 4 years later a convention of people coming together to modify the Articles of Confederation. Instead of modifying it to deal with an interstate trade issue, they wound up composing an entire new foundational document for this country known as the Constitution of the United States of America. And it is suspected that had the people who sent the delegates to do this had known that they were going to switch out and change the fundamental nature of the United States of America from a decentralized to a centralized form of government, that they would have probably have tarred and feathered, or at least hung the very delegate members who they had sent to do this, because we fought and died, not we, anyone in this group. Don, you have your hand up.
Yes, I was trying to understand what it is that we're getting at, because I thought initially you were saying that there was an idea that communicating in this fashion on social media or on the internet, whatever word you want to use to describe this, what we're doing, that it is not beneficial, or it does not have any beneficial output.
Well,
into our
that's
space.
Chris Hedges' position. He thinks that that essentially, and I borrowed then C.J. Hopkins' term, limited hangout, that what these things do, these online things that people participate in, what they wind up doing is become a pigeonhole for us to work out our emotional angst without actually ever using or channeling any of that energy to change the nature of the society or the system or the country, any of those things. And then I was providing examples of times where people took their energies and did change the country. But I'm not entirely convinced that it's ever necessarily been for the better. In some ways, yes, in other ways, no.
Okay, so you're just pointing out times where people gathered together and made a difference, I guess, in their own way, but they did it in person, as opposed to doing it in a platform where we're not physically in touch with each other.
Right. Now,
Is that correct?
yeah, so the people who wrote the Constitution, this was a time before telecommunications, and they came together in a meeting place, and they rewrote the nature of the country.
Well, I
And,
mean, that was the start of our country, right?
well, the start of our country, it's arguable as to how far back you want to go. Do you want to go to 1620? Do you want to go to 16?
No,
Do
I
you want to
don't
go
want to
to the
do history
1500s?
today.
How far back do you want to go?
I don't. What I
Okay.
want to get to is I want to get to what the premise was with what you're saying. I think I understand it more clearly. Is that this fellow has a belief that it's better to be in person when we are communicating to make a difference, a change,
Yeah.
whether it's positive or negative in the end result. But the person is proposing that is a better way, because otherwise his position is what we are doing here actually has no effect. And if I can share my response to that,
Please.
is that both have beneficial benefits and both have negative benefits, if you can call
Thank
a
you.
negative a benefit, because there's always going to be some group for and against. That's just how it is. So I think when we just choose one position of what's better, it just what happens is I don't want to say choosing one which is better. What I want to say is I don't want to discount any other option,
Right.
because I see that both have benefits, and it's just a perspective that
Right.
one is better than the other. And I think that many who are not, I don't know what it is, but my belief in the internet, I know I want to say it that way, my belief in it, meaning that it exists. We don't really know how it exists, but it does, that we can communicate this way around the world. what I see is that it has connected us around the world in a way that we would never be able to be connected. There are more people with same or similar thoughts connecting on a regular basis than ever before the internet. So
Mhm.
I see its benefits and I see its, you know, negatives, but I think that it's okay to have both. We have to exist with both in order for us to learn how to accept others for who they are and not see what they're saying always as a bad thing across the board. I don't know if I'm saying it right. I feel like my words aren't
You're,
getting the
you're,
right point.
you're doing well enough. So there's a spectrum where on one end of the scale there is intuiting, and on the other end of the scale there is judging. And it seems naturally, or at least the assumption has been, that you get a wider set of perceptions via the intuiting approach. Would it be possible to take or still have a wide perception capacity, or a capacity to perceive as widely as one might be possible to do, while also being judging at the same time? Because it seems like every time we make a judgment, things settle, and with each settlement we lose a sense or an aspect, a feature or a facet of our perceiving capacity.
So there's a spectrum from one from on one end it's in intuitive processing, or in or maybe it's not, intuitive cognition, no, and on the other end it's what
Judging.
judge is judging, as in evaluate evaluating cognition, and hmm, mm, just so the intuitive provides maybe a vaster, maybe a could it could you say it provides a bird's eye view, and the other end it's more like in the trenches? No, maybe no. But how how does an intuitive thought arise versus how does a judgmental thought arise? And where are they applicable or useful or beneficial? Hmm. Oh, so
Repeat the question. It sounds like you're asking a question, but it didn't sound, I didn't get a clear understanding of what you're asking.
so I sense that there is two types of thoughts, and maybe they could be graduated from as a spectrum from one end to the other. So on the one side is the the thoughts that are intuitive. They they s- they seem to arise suddenly, and on the other end is thoughts that are judgmental. Maybe they're put together based on some evaluating going on, like this is greater than that, this is prettier than that.
Ah,
Isn't that some kind of mm, gauging, some kind
like a
of
like a
addition, subtraction?
like a perfection, not perfection, um, like a preference. If these are your preferences, so it's like I
Maybe
like
there's
that, I don't like this
preferences
kind of thing.
involved. Preferences.
So one set of thoughts you're saying comes from like preferences, um, almost like it's more attached to the vessel or the physical form. And another set of thoughts that are streaming through seem more higher, maybe. It could be from a higher self, the soul. You said intuitive, which I like that. For some reason, that sounds like, it's a good word to describe it. It's not automatic, in other words. It's something that's discerning, perhaps. Is that a way to say it?
Intuitive. When you when a thought comes up and you label it intuitive thought, or that you used your intuition, not instinct, but intuition. I sometimes I've noticed that someone has gotten them kind of overlapping, but I see a difference between instinct and intuition. Maybe they may happen, they may originate from the same place, but
Interesting.
instinct to me, it sounds like it's built in to your body, and but intuition sounds like it's more creative. It could, and it kind of pops up, and where did that come from? Kind of. What do you think?
Intuition may be more mind related or more discernment related, and the instinct, like you said, it's more reactionary, more in the body,
Mm,
more automatic, like a program.
mm. Program.
Oh no, I brought another word in. Sorry, Hyro.
Programming. What is programming? That it it has been laid down, like built up like a structure, like the rules have been set up, and it has an algorithm, like steps that mm, that you put input and you get an output. It depends on what input you put, it and you get
Yeah,
certain output.
yeah,
Deterministic.
could be, yeah.
And so who does the programming of, of, of our biocomputer?
Very good question. Is that the creator of
Creation.
our world, of our vessels, or is it a manipulator, a manipulator? Could be. I don't know. I don't know how long we have been around. Our history has been disjointed, but very interesting question. And I was trying to tie it into what Rami was saying as well, which is, is it possible that we can philosophize better in person rather than using this kind of a medium? And I want to say that before the internet, I know I'm making myself sound old, but before the internet, when I was a kid in church, I remember being taught that we communicate with each other without talking. We don't even have to be in the same country in order to be able to communicate with one another. We called it spiritual communication. And then I recently, within the past few years, came across the triangles, the work of the triangles. I found a video on with Monadic Media that talked about there's a power, there's an energy that is surrounded when three, and the Bible talks about three or more gathered or two or more gathered, but this talks about three people, doesn't matter where they're located, anywhere in the world, sitting down at the exact same time with the exact same mind to meditate. And the energy created from the three individuals is powerful, even though they're in different locations. I've heard that. I haven't had anyone experience it with me. I'd love to try it, but that's what I heard or understand.
So when two or three or more gather together, or if they're not there physically, they're at the same time told to think about something. Maybe they're praying or meditating, so maybe they know each other somewhat, and so they maybe connect spiritually, and it's more powerful that way.
Yeah,
So
it's
like
connected
telepathy.
spiritually.
So is could there be some telepathy going on? Like, what is telepathy? Is it like the ability to read someone else's mind, or is it that someone sends some information to another mind, like transmission, like communication, like electromagnetic
Yes,
communication? That
yes.
our brains have their own circuitry for receiving and sending that information, and it decodes it in its own way, that it was formed naturally, evolutionarily, biologically, so that
Yes.
and maybe by our increased use of technology, we've was it stifled, or when you don't use your muscles, what's it called? Yeah.
Atrophy?
It's atrophied our ability for telepathic telecommunication, mind to mind. So, but every now and then we hear something in our brain, or say, where did that thought come from? It just
Ah,
popped in my head.
Rami popped a question in the chat that I think is delicious. Let me lick my lips and then I'm going to read it. People can share in accord, but can they really be of the exact same mind? Oh my gosh, I'll share quickly and then get out of the way. So I remember hearing as a child that yes, we can. But we humans get in the way. Our language, our perceptions, our preferences get in the way. And also, that part of us that has been forgotten, it seems, it's become atrophy, is another way to say atrophied. It's another way to say it, that we have forgotten that we can communicate telepathically. I believe we all have that ability, but it's returning to us at different points. But the Bible mentions it, I believe, when two or more are gathered, and I don't believe that the gathering means physical. I think it means of one mind, meaning having the same thought, the same energetic focus
Mm.
or spiritual focus, whichever word you wanted to use, I think that we can, but I'd love to hear other opinions.
Of what? Of one mind. What does that mean, of one mind? Does that mean that they're focused on attaining the same goal, like they have the same values, but they may disagree with the details, but they would go for it. Hello, Aaron. How are you? Welcome, Aaron. I think you may have been here before, Aaron. Is that? I think so. It's a long time ago. Maybe, is it the Aaron that lives in Colorado, maybe, or somewhere, or Texas? Hmm, can't hear it. Aaron is muted if he's trying to say something. Hmm. So yes, yes, trying to get the topic to be something about our thoughts, like how they arise and how they go away, dissolve. They appear and they stay for a while and then they're gone. Well, they're replaced by other thoughts. Maybe we could think of thoughts as a stream of data. So they come and go and they're replaced by other thoughts. So how long is a regular thought? If we hold a thought for too short of a time, then maybe it won't get our attention. So maybe we have to hold a thought for
Right, but see,
long enough time to register. Hmm.
I think so. And I think that that's where they describe being in the position of the observer. I think that's what they're talking about, being in the position of the observer, observing the thoughts, not reacting, not attaching to them. If you choose to attach to it, it's not a problem. But as long as it's a choice that you're making, you're choosing to pick up that item and look at it, as opposed to it controlling you and taking over and telling you what to think. And I know I do find myself at times, like for example, much of the time I'm sitting in awareness when I'm working, but sometimes it feels like I'm waking up and realizing that I've been thinking about something else and didn't even know it while I was working, like I was gone. Something had taken over. I had stepped out of the observer position. There's many words for it to describe what happens. I'm not the only one. But it's kind of like a going to sleep or a going unconscious state is what happens to many of us. And for many of us, it happens while we are sitting and talking to somebody else. We can just go into another zone, it seems. Um, there's something that's automatically happening, and there's something that's more intuitive, it seems like what you described. And I think the more that we sit in the observer position, it's almost like practicing to no longer only be in the state of automatic reactions. I don't know if that's making sense to you.
The state of automatic reaction versus the state mm,
Observer.
of non-judgmental observer, maybe.
Yes, I like that.
And then how do you define a thought? Do you include all kinds of sense perceptions? So a thought could be a visual thought, a thought could be aural, like you hear a, the sound and it's a thought. Mm, visual, a smell could be a primitive kind of thought. So all kinds of inputs could be considered thoughts, and then the mind uh, rearranges all those thoughts and comes up with new thoughts.
Sometimes I will have a smell, like just now, just thinking about this, a thought came of pancakes. And then a memory came of
Wow.
me waking up and smelling pancakes like someone was literally cooking it, to the point where I could taste it. I could even taste the maple syrup, but there was no cooking. There was no, it was just all of that came into me from my own mind. But how did it get in there? Did it come from outside of me, or is it coming from this ether, or this space, this what we all have a difficult time explaining? I don't know. That's a question that we are talking about. Where do
So
thoughts
then,
come from?
and then there's memories. So so if thoughts in, include all the five senses, so there's five kinds of sensorial thoughts, then there's memory. So we could trigger a memory of a smell by saying pancakes or saying a rose. And when we say a rose, then we rem, we have a memory of the smell of a rose. And would that memory of the smell of the rose actually produce such smell in our olfactory system, or would it be deeper and like in the area where somewhere in the mind that perceives what's been given to it to perceive? Hmm. Perceive, including all kinds of sense awarenesses. Hmm. There's there's sense.
What's
There's
your opinion, Rami?
hmm.
I think Rami might be able to fill in some of your because you're popping up with all these good questions, Hyro. Maybe Rami can help us.
Hmm. Maybe Rami can
Reading
help
for
us.
you, Rami.
I had to coffee the wife and feed the dogs.
Eat the dogs.
All right. Well, we want your input on all of these. Hyro seems to be all of these thoughts. Speaking of thoughts, all of these thoughts are popping up from Hyro, and
Thoughts on
wanted your
thoughts.
opinion.
I won't be able to even hear them until after the fact when I go back and catch up on the archive, everything that I missed.
Oh, you didn't hear it. Oh,
Yeah,
that,
I had to mute because my wife is tempted to violence if she hears other people's voices before she has her coffee.
yes, that's awesome. Somebody's gonna get hurt.
Yes, I was wondering what how when we talk about thoughts, should we include in thoughts all sense perceptions, like
Right.
like the thought of a smell of coffee, like when I say coffee, then and would it put these, not only the visual and the taste, but the smell of it. Well, I guess if we wanted to. Mm, mm. Welcome, Vinci.
Oh my
Joe.
gosh. Is it the Vinci?
It is he who has Vinci more than any others in this meeting.
Oh, that's awesome, Joel. It's good to see you.
It's good to hear you, Don. It's always good to see you, but I understand that's not always possible. So
Well, let me see if I can show myself.
we do what we can do. As Agatha Christie once said when she was asked why she didn't write other things, she said, "One does what one can, not what one can't." How are you? It's good to
There
Ah,
he
see you.
is.
there I am.
Don.
How are you all doing?
We're great, Vinci. How have you been doing? Are you on some escapade, Joel? Or are you at home?
I'm at home. I'm at
Ah.
home and my back is sore. I don't know. I think it's a side effect of one of these medications that I'm taking. I don't know what I can do about it, but
I know what you can do. You have to say no to drugs.
yeah, no to drugs.
No.
Yeah.
I heard that magnesium was good for
Yeah.
the muscles. And then my wife, through some money making scheme, got us a bottle of magnesium gummies, and I took some, and my back never hurt worse.
Really?
Oh, and then I
Yeah.
found just recently, I found high absorption magnesium.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I just recently got that. So how funny you bring it up.
Yeah, I've got some magnesium powder, but it really runs through my stomach. I may be taking too much of it, so I end up sitting on the toilet.
Can
See,
can
this
you
is why we have to come together so we can compare notes.
Oh my gosh. This topic has gone to shit.
can you
Shit,
can
exactly.
you clarify the difference between magnesium and manganese? Manganese? That's another vitamin or another mineral? I get them confused. Magnesium? Which one it goes well with calcium? Magnesium?
Magnesium.
And then what is manganese or
Something else.
good for?
Mm.
Isn't it also a supplement? Manganese?
It may be, but it's not one that I've been experimenting with. I've restricted myself to what the doctor prescribes or what the physiotherapist recommends. And then, of course, I take my eye drops, Tears Plus.
Oh,
Hmm.
gotcha.
Because I may not be crying enough, so I have to put Tears Plus in my eyes.
Yeah, I had to do that too. Mine was a result of wearing disposable contact lenses for way too long back in my late teens.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Yeah, dried up my tear ducts. 'Cause they would say, pop them in for a week, then rest your eyes overnight, and then pop them in for another week, and then throw them away. So I'd pop them in, and then remember or remember to pull them out about a month later. And after so many cycles of that, oh yeah, I'd wake up with sleep in the corners of my eyes. They just got progressively drier and drier and drier until my tear ducts just exhausted and gave out. So I've just been wearing glasses ever since then.
wow.
And I dare not get LASIK. My mother did that, and even though it's been offered for free, even. But apparently it can affect night vision, and there are just times where I have to drive at night, so I'll stick with the corrective lenses. Thank you.
Yeah. Wow, I didn't realize that. For me, when I wore contacts, I can always feel it. It always feels like my eyes can't breathe. That's how it always felt. So I never could forget for even 2 days. One day I would be hurting. So
Yeah.
that's amazing that you went so long.
Well, it could also be when you got on the technology train, because I utilized two forms. One was gas permeable, which did not cover the entire eye, and then the other form was the disposable. And I only wore them for a few years in total.
Always
But you're
some-
still affected by it.
Still
Even
to this day, I mean, I go to movies just to cry because it's healthy for my eyes.
well, you can,
Every time I cry, it's a gift. It is a literal gift.
you can always play Vinci for money and then lose.
Well, nice try.
Then you can cry.
My did I ever tell you the story about my grandfather, my maternal grandfather, when he retired? No, like a standard man of the 20th century, had his $1 million or so to retire with. So he moved to the United States to be next to his children, his grandchildren, and he bought a house, he bought a car, cash on the spot, done. And then he proceeded to spend about $750,000 on the Florida lottery, which had just been established as a way to put more money into the coffers of public education. I mean, who doesn't want to participate in that? 5 out of 6 times, or no, 5 times total, because there were 6 balls, 6 numbers he had to get. 5 times he got five out of the 6. He'd win like $6,000 each pot, right? But in the end, it was a losing proposition.
Of course.
And statistically, it was always a losing
Yeah,
proposition.
no kidding. You might want to remind Dawn that tomorrow or next week she won't be there. 'Cause she will be driving.
Yeah. But at least the Florida legislature figured out a way to reduce property taxes in the state of Florida.
You might want to remind her she won't be there next week.
Right. So my wife wanted to remind, and it's we're gonna out ourselves if I do this, Stacy. Next weekend, Dawn and I might not be part of this group.
Might not be. No, we'll be driving. Yeah.
Good morning, Stacy.
You're
Look, I'm
going with
having
me,
my
girl.
coffee with you.
You're going with me. You better have a bigger cup than that next weekend.
Okay. Look at who just became the boss of me.
You're gonna be doing about 20 hours in Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay.
Oh my God. I'm
Oh,
gonna bring
come
a
on.
sleeping bag.
She's exaggerating. It cannot physically be more than 12 plus 11.
10 birthdays. 10 to 10.
No, I
You
think
guys
they
are
close
crazy.
at 9 p.m. on Sunday.
Nope, 10. I just took
Yeah, but she always thinks that we're gonna stay there longer than we do, but we tend to get it all done before the end of the second day.
Uh-huh. That's what he says.
It's a constant negotiation with this one, and I love her for this because the tension ends up propelling each of us further than we would ever get individually.
Cute. Cute.
Let it go upside down about 30 times next weekend.
Well, that's totally up to her, and don't overwhelm her before we've arrived.
So our topic, Mr. Vinci, it's kind of morphed between where the thoughts come from and variations of where the thoughts come from and how they affect us. And then Rami brought up about there's a fellow, he can give us the name again, that proposed that social media interactions, groups gathering on social media do not have necessarily a major impact on what's happening in the world. I believe the fellow proposed that the impact really comes when we gather together in person to create or manifest a new reality.
Yeah, there's one other thing which you probably would agree with, and that was that the first fellow, Chris Hedges, had stated he thought that all the talking heads on television, be they news or be they like the Daily Show or the Late Show, that they're all kind of like the character who was the master of ceremonies in the movie Cabaret. If you've ever seen the movie, it's set in 1930s Germany, and they're basically putting on a show to entertain the people while all this other stuff is going on in the background.
And that has to do with magnesium or manganese?
Nice way to tie that in.
I've kind of just lost the drift of things here a bit.
That's how it's been today. We started off, I think, we started off talking about some history initially. So it's been, a flow for us, flowing to different topics back and forth.
So there's a fellow who is a big advocate of the Green Party there in Canada, and the Canadian Greens are different than the American Greens. They both seem to have a certain amount of red infusion, and although I don't know the party started off that way, I think they started off as a true environmental movement, right?
I don't know, but I think, wait a minute, who's going to be the new mayor of Toronto? Olivia Chow, I think is her name. I don't know if she was part of the Greens or the NDPs. We're just in the middle of an election here, and she's pretty much the only one that everybody recognizes. So it's a given that she'll be elected. But I don't really understand what power the mayor of a city has compared to all the power is so diffuse that I just don't understand how things work here or why it matters. Anyway, I voted, and we'll see what happens. Why I voted, if I don't really understand the purpose of the vote or what the person I'm voting for can do or not do, also tells you the state of affairs. And I am a high school graduate, so after all, so you would think that maybe a high school graduate could understand those things, but I certainly don't.
The people in the UK for several years now, that one of their greatest amusements is no one seems to understand who's in charge over there.
Yeah, I can believe that. But I had a huge moral dilemma this week, which I discussed with the Buffalo Stoics, and it concerns my plumbing. Not my personal plumbing, but my bathroom plumbing. So the float started leaking, and I'm plumbing averse. I have plumophobia. It's a psychiatric disorder where that anything to do with water, you don't touch it unless you want to flood out your apartment. So I realized something had to be done, and I figured out finally how to turn off the water. I had needed pliers and messing around, and finally got it done. Now what to do about it? So I start researching on the internet. How stupid is that? It just tells you how little of value is on the internet. And I came to the conclusion that they suggested, like magnesium and manganese and all these other things, that if you have to replace all the mechanisms in a toilet, you might as well get a whole new toilet, depending on the age of your toilet. So I thought, well, that sounds sensible. I'm going to have to call a plumber, and there's a service charge and who knows what. So I went to Home Depot and started searching around for new toilets. And they had a service where they'll put in your new toilet for a flat fee and sell you the toilet and deliver the whole thing. So the whole thing was going to be about $500. And I thought, well, I might as well get one of these higher toilets because I'm not getting any shorter, or not too much shorter. And the the long and short of it was that I thought I better get Neonita involved in this because they have different styles. And all my taste is in my mouth, and decreasingly that's less reliable as I age. So she picked out the right toilet, and it's a little bit taller than the other one, and it should be good for probably this life. Hi, Zeke. And I was all set to go ahead, and then she started to write up the paperwork, and then there was another delivery charge for delivering the toilet. So I said, what do you mean? You don't deliver the toilet when you come to install it? No, it's a two-step process. First, they deliver the toilet, then the installer contacts you. And there were so many moving parts that I suddenly decided that this has too many avenues for error. The toilet might be defective, it might be missing a part, might be cracked in the box. Then the installer comes and we figure it out. Then you got to go back. So I thought, this is no good. And I spoke to the people in my walking group, and they're what I call houseies. These are people who are very house proud and very handy, and they do all this stuff and they know all about it. They've been doing it for years. They don't live in apartments. They said, it's a simple thing. You can do it. Everybody can do it. And lo and behold, we had a visitor at our walking group, a friend of theirs from Florida, and she was biking through Canada and staying with them that night. She came for the walk, and she was so kind as to say that, before she leaves for the day, she's done this many times. She can, if I buy the part, she'll come up and install it for me. And I thought, well, I didn't want to take advantage of her good nature that much, but I thought, if she can do it and Marty says it's an easy thing, what have I got to lose? I mean, worst comes to worst, I buy this part, I spend some time, and then I'm still back to where I was. And in the best case scenario, it might work. I might fix it. So I go up to Home Depot, and there's all these different parts. I mean, there's like 20 different float mechanisms and colors and flappers and chains and God knows what. So I'm looking at these two shelves of toilet parts, and I'm completely baffled by which one do I get. Do I get the $60 one or the $16 one? And I'm looking for a Home Depot salesperson, and some young guy comes up. I think he was from India. He looked like he was about 16. And I thought, what the hell could he know about toilets? When I was in India, they were doing their business on the train tracks, so, but he was very helpful, and he talked like he knew, but he wasn't really, it didn't really instill confidence. He didn't have like a plumber's butt crack sticking out of the back of his jeans, and he wasn't holding a wrench that, and didn't have all these smells about him that would give me confidence he'd been in the trenches. So he said, this is the one people normally get. So I look at it, and it actually happens to be the cheapest one on all the racks. So I thought, all right, I'm going to take a chance. And I said, look, if it doesn't fit, I can return it. Yes, you can return it. So I buy this thing and I go home. And just as I'm getting on the elevator to go up, who should be standing by the elevator but my building superintendent, Emil. So I said, Emil, do you know anything about these things? And I showed him, took it out of the package. And he says, oh, yeah, that's nothing. I do those all the time. It'll take 5 minutes. Do you want to do it now? So he came right up the elevator with me. He ripped it out of the box. He tore half of it off. He tore the other half out of the toilet. He stuck it in, and he hooked up the little wire. And then we just have to adjust the water height, and he turns on the water again. And lo and behold, it's all fixed for, in like he said, 5 minutes. And he said, and then he gets a call on his intercom. He's got to go somewhere. He said that he'd be right there, and he waited in the water. He said, oh, I don't even have to adjust the water. It's already at the right level, whatever that meant. He didn't really show me or explain. And off he goes. And I'm sitting there thinking, well, wait a minute, when do I pay you for this? Because anyhow, he says, no, you don't have to pay me. And I said, oh, yes, I do. I didn't do this because there's all kinds of people around the building who are always looking to buttonhole him to do some home repair. And they seem to forget that it's actually their responsibility as a unit owner. So the question became, how much do I pay him? So I figured the least I could pay him would be the amount that I would have had to pay a plumber to do a service call. That was, my assessment, because in Stoic philosophy, you must always give a man his due. And even though he didn't want it, I reckoned that would be his due, because it could have cost me no less than that, whatever I had done, had he not been standing by the elevator. So then I had to chase him around for 3 days to find him, to give him the money. So I find him and he's with the property manager. I don't want to get into, whether he's doing work for people and get him into trouble with the property manager. So I said, oh, no, I'm just going up the elevator. Yesterday I caught him. We had a big argument about whether he wanted the money, he didn't want the money. And I gave him $100 Canadian. So it's like $50 US or something. I don't know what it is in real money, but he protested. The only way he would take it is if we agreed to play double or nothing. So we'll have a game of Vinci, double or nothing. If he wins, I give him another 100. If he loses, he can give it back to me. And that's my moral dilemma. And my toilet is working, but the flapper is still leaking slightly.
So I have a response for you. I
Yeah.
think that is a beautiful story, Mr. Vinci. And you're very much like me in the respect that it's hard to receive a gift, especially something like this. And you feel that it's very valuable, so you want to compensate him. But on the other side of it, it's possible that he is giving you a gift. And when you reject that gift, what does that do to the other side? Does that negate? If you pay him for it, it's no longer a gift. So he may be receiving a blessing, and you may not be allowing him to receive that blessing. So my current opinion on this is you should just allow him to give you that gift this time, because if it has to get to this degree where now you have a duel.
Well, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, he's got the money and we've tentatively agreed to have a duel, as you put it. And it'll be interesting to see, because I went to a chess club online the other night, and this young guy, he was amazing. He had never seen the game before, but he was instantly mapped the board in his mind. Like, I was using this other board, which is slightly misshapen or differently shapen, so it's a bit harder to map the numbers onto it. And he got it instantly. So I keep forgetting that, young people pick things up much more quickly. So he seemed to enjoy the game all right, which was good. So I should really beat Emil at the game and get my $100 back.
Now you're not gonna get anything. That's what you get.
I'll give him an extra 100. Maybe he'll beat me.
This will be, you might as well film this, because this would be hilarious.
Well, actually, the guys at the Stoic meetup in Buffalo said that it would make a good podcast.
Yeah, I think so.
The Stoic plumbing story. They were hunting through all the Stoic manuscripts to find relevant passages, and one guy came up with this: you must always give a man his due. Somewhere in Marcus Aurelius, or Platypus Magnanimus, or somebody like that.
Platypus.
So I have to ask, is that why we die?
Because of plumbing? Or
because you must always give a man his due.
Well, there you go. Are you suggesting that God is a stoic?
We always run that risk when we study a philosophy. Like, for instance, I wonder, is God a programmer? Is the universe created by algorithm, for instance?
I don't know. It's a good question.
The risk is that we take our understanding and we try to filter the divine through it. We always wind up ending on something less than divine. In other words, we end up creating an idol.
Well, I don't know about an idol, but I'm worried about the flapper on the toilet. You know, is the flapper need to be replaced? It's leaking slightly.
Well, that's because you got the cheapest one.
No, I didn't get a new flapper. I still got the original flapper, but I did
Oh, right. That could be
I
another
still-
trip.
I still know I bought the other flapper, but I haven't installed it. One of my friends who has all these housing things, he said, "Oh, just take it off and clean it off well and blah blah blah." And I did
That's
that.
true. That works too.
And it's still leaking very, very slightly. But I reckon that maybe that's a positive thing, because every 3 or 4 hours it drops about, a half an inch, just enough for the filler will need to fill it higher a little bit. So it runs for a minute or two and then it goes quiet for another 3 or 4 hours. So I'm wondering if that isn't better to keep the valve from seizing if it's always moving, as opposed to whether it sits. If I go to Florida for the winter, then it's not just, sitting idle. It's got something to do, keep itself occupied over the winter while I'm gone.
Yeah, this is so you're touching on the quality of the situation, right? The very specific little details that make up the attribute or the experience, I suppose we could say. On thank you. What a wonderful hug. Aw. There was
Playground.
December 24th,
Playground.
ours started going. I had to replace it. That's it. And my wife was like, file a request with the rental management company. We rent a duplex, and the stakes aren't as high here. We're not in a high rise. I'm just part of a duplex. If I mess up, I'm not going to flood the people behind me because I'm on a ground floor of a neighborhood of only ground floors.
So did you fix it yourself in the end?
Yeah, I just went over to Lowe's and grabbed. I felt the same. Before the same challenge you were. There were all these various parts. I happen to have some experience in this area, so I knew which part to get at least, which was the flapper specifically, and the chain. So I finally decided on one and brought it home, and I don't know if it's the proper fitting one, but it worked, and it's still working.
So yeah, but you didn't have to do the valve. Wow, that valve was intimidating.
Yeah, that's unique, especially with the older ones, because they tend to calcify over time, and sometimes you have to use a like a vice grip or something to get around it to open it. And the worst is when it breaks off in your hand, and then you got to go with the vice grip. But our knobs were replaced by a real plumber not too long ago, so it's real easy to open and shut the I think they're called shuttlecock or cock valves. So it's just a matter of turning it off and then flushing it till it's empty, and then of course the tank is empty, and then you can do the switch out. You want just enough. So usually there's a plastic chain is what I've found, but sometimes it's metal and sometimes it's a wire that connects the handle to the lift valve. And you don't want that to be too loose. You want it so that when you press down the handle, it goes immediately up, and then it'll float for a while, and then it'll come down and seal. And you're right, the part that it seals across, you want that part to be clean, because if there's a little bit of like slime from water buildup on one part of it, of course, that's where the break in the seal will occur.
Well, I've I've got the new flapper, but I haven't installed it, and I'm debating whether or not I'm actually better off having it, leak every 4 or 5 hours and run another half-inch of water.
Let's explore that. Is your concern frozen pipes?
What?
No, I don't think so. I think it's the just the fact that the valve seizes up if it's not used for several months if I do get to Florida this year.
And do you pay for water by the kilogram or?
No, I don't, but the building as a whole does.
Okay, so collectively, you're making your place more expensive by not fixing it.
Correct.
Playground.
This could be an analogy for our existence upon the planet.
Is that just for Stoics or for everybody?
That's for everyone, I would say, because this is an argument for competence, because if everyone in each one of the apartments knows how to solve their leaky valves, then the costs that because it's not just that which we pay in money, but there tends to be externalized costs that's not captured in the market price of things. Now, when I think about wasting water in Florida, I happen to know that we have the Orlando Wetlands Park, and our system here in Central Florida that's been developed for us by the Compton people is that all of our wastewater winds up in the St. Johns River, and our filtration system is so good because we're utilizing plants, an entire park space of acreage. So not only are we cleaning the water, but then we're running our clean water through a whole wetlands that was constructed for the purpose of cleaning the water even better, so that finally when it gets to the St. Johns River, our wastewater ends up cleaning up the river because it's cleaner what we're dumping into it than what's already there. So I don't feel so bad about it if we wind up doing it. All I know is that we end up incurring the cost, and past a certain number of 1,500 kilograms or gallons of water, we get charged a higher rate than at that point here. So economically, we're incentivized to conserve. But if we fail to do that, it just means we're paying for a cleaner St. Johns River.
Okay, I better go make some breakfast now. Now all that talk about sewage and rivers is making me hungry.
That's disgusting, Joe. I'm not gonna call you Vinci after hearing that. I'm gonna call you Joel. You
I
lost
gotta
your
go for a
magical
bit to
power.
and my wife too. Catch you a little bit later. It's been
Okay.
a beautiful morning. Thank you.
Nice to see
Goodbye,
you,
everyone.
Ellie.
We're gonna let Hyro sleep it out.
Okay, I think we should all go now, and I'll go make my sewage hot cereal.
All right, enjoy. Miss you, brother.
Bye,
Bye.
guys.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. Hmm. Whoa. Rami. Let's see. Seems like a pretty good way to start to me. One of my favorite sites. Spooky House. Hmm. SpookyHow.com. What? Facts. Hmm. Oh, there's a book out called Don't Believe Everything You Think. Hmm. Wow. How to control your thoughts. How to control negative thoughts. Eradicate and stop negative thoughts. Hmm. How to create a thought journal. How to get rid of bad thoughts. How to ignore negative thoughts. How to overcome intrusive thoughts. Wow. Thinking, to what purpose? How to avoid conflicting thoughts and emotions. How to know if your thoughts are trustworthy. How to be more thoughtful. Interesting. How to avoid harboring negative thoughts about your husband. How to block out weird voices and no, how to block out voices and weird thoughts from your head. Most people hear the occasional voice or have a weird thought from time to time. Sometimes, though, this can be a sign of serious mental problems that do not resolve themselves but need medical intervention. If you are hearing voices or think that your thoughts are abnormal, it might be time to have a talk with your doctor or mental health professional about them. Have a talk with you. Determining the impact of your voice or voices. It is not uncommon for people to experience auditory hallucinations or sounds and voices in their head. Often this happens as you're drifting off to sleep or waking up out of a dream. Other times, these voices can happen occasionally throughout your day. As long as you know that the voice is not some other real person, then you can replace it by purposely thinking of something else. And then they are not dangerous. If they make you feel anxious, spied upon, threatened, or manipulated, you should seek immediate medical assistance. Contact a psychiatrist or doctor right away. Considering the type of voice you're hearing. Hearing a voice could be something as simple as hearing your favorite song repeating in your head. A voice can also manifest with its own personality. A voice's personality may be kind, positive, and encouraging. Another voice can leave you feeling confused, controlled, or upset. You might hear various voices or just one. Uh, changing the change the way you think about voices. This is a process known as reframing them. Rather than thinking of your voice as something that you can't control and need to hide from, you can bring it to your personal awareness to begin to control it. But do this silently without involving other people. You would only confuse or alarm fellow workers or bystanders. Fully be aware of the voice and realize that it is not based on audible reality. This allows you to think about the voice from a perspective where you have control, avoids stressing you out. Discuss the voices with your doctor. Though auditory hallucinations are experienced by most people in some form or fashion, they are also possibly symptoms of a bipolar disorder, dissociative disorders, Alzheimer's disease, depression, mania, or schizophrenia. If you're hearing voices, especially if you feel that they are beyond your control, you should consult your doctor. It is best to detect these disorders as early as possible. Proper testing will need to be done to diagnose or dismiss these disorders. You cannot self-diagnose these disorders. Research has shown that some of the worst parts of a serious disorder, such as schizophrenia, can be avoided in some patients if it is detected in the early or prodromal stages. Testing for mental disorders usually come with a psychological evaluation, but in some cases, your doctor may need to check for reaction to a medicine or a brain tumor. Blood vessel blockage problems, similar to a stroke, and so the physician may perform a physical exam with blood tests and order a CT scan or another lab test of some kind. Mm. Think back to any trauma. Many people report that they started hearing voices or a voice after a highly emotional experience. This
I
can
sometimes
sometimes
don't shower in the morning, even though that was my habit before I met Stacy, because she likes the au natural smell. She says she didn't marry Irish Springs.
Hmm. Hmm. Many people report that they started hearing a voice after a highly emotional experience. This can sometimes be a spiritual experience, but it is more often reported as a traumatic experience. Make a note of when you started hearing voices and if it correlates to any trauma. Pinpointing the cause of the voices might help you manage them. Common types of traumas are an accident and assault, social humiliation, or the loss of of a loved one. There are other experiences that can be traumatic as well. It is more about the impact of the experience makes on you rather than what the experience actually was. Mm.
Awful.
Night, everyone.
Turn him off.
Have your health evaluated. Mental disorders such as schizophrenia are not necessarily the only health problems that can lead to hearing voices. Being chronically dehydrated or malnourished can lead to hearing voices. Sleep deprivation is also known to cause hallucinations. Hmm. Oh, I've been depriving myself of sleep. Maybe I'll have some hallucinations and hear some voices. Know your stress levels. Everyone experiences stress throughout the course of a day. This is normal. No, this normal amount of stress it's not likely to cause a healthy person to hear voices. However, if you do not cope well with your stress and allow it to accumulate for a long period of time, it's possible that you might begin experiencing hallucinations as a result. Mm, so, so, So hearing voices can be caused by many things. It mentions schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and traumas, depression, mania. So, so it suggests asking your doctor. Always goes back to asking your doctor as if, well, this doctor might know a little more. But they don't want you to self-diagnose. But doesn't the wiki, whatever that that was a good. What I was reading was from the WikiHow. Uh, I just was looking at different things about thoughts. Oh, let's see if I can go back and see what question it was. Oh, what are thoughts? What are thoughts? And it has a whole range of articles. Oh, it has some 30 articles that or more. Oh, I don't know how many articles. Let's see if it says. But it lists about 30 at a time. No, 15 at a time. So it showed me the first 16, no, 15, and now it's showing the next 15. So yes, wow. So it's good. It's a good website. WikiHow. WikiHow.com. So I could spend a long time learning about thoughts. And maybe if I learn about thoughts, maybe I'll be more observant of them. It's an immense subject of study, thoughts. Oh, am I the only one here? Yes, I guess so. Well, a minute. I'm muted, yes. Okay, so Hmm. What I think about when talking about thoughts, there's talk about good thoughts and bad thoughts. How does one notice that one is having a bad thought? Another word used is positive and negative thoughts. How does one know one is having a negative thought and then what to do about it? Because what if it's what if one uh, mis misinterprets a thought? to be negative when it's actually positive. Hmm. Or it could be a neutral thought. Hmm. It could just be a fact, an observation. So whatever attitude we have thoughts that come from other thoughts. If we have a negative thought, is it certain that we'll produce more negative thoughts? Or could a negative thought lead to a positive thought? Or if we have noticed that when we have a negative thought, it leads to other negative thoughts. So maybe we are aware that we're having a negative thought, and so we shy away from it and focus on positive thoughts to kind of oppose the negative thought, to kind of keep it from reproducing. Or I don't know. Mm. Hmm. Mm. Oh, look at me. I'm sleeping. I think. Oh, yes. I can read my shirt. That's good. So, hmm. So, I'm thinking. I'm. I'm just. I'm ashamed of things. But wait a minute. What is a thought? A thought. Thought form. A thought. What are thoughts? And arising and decaying of a thought. A thought arises and it stays around and then it goes away. Maybe it seems to go away. Maybe it transforms. Does it either transform into another thought or is it being replaced by another thought? Let's see. Let's watch. Let's watch our thoughts go by like clouds in the sky. So I'm paying attention to my thoughts. Mm. There's a lot of thoughts going on. What is it that trains us into thinking a certain way? Like, what is it, like a meta thought? A meta thought that sort of mm, that sort of programs the thoughts that we're gonna have. Sort of, they're like guidelines or that tell us, okay, from this moment forward, I'm going to be generating these kinds of thoughts. We're going to explore this region of the mind. So we're going to focus on producing thoughts that are related to what we're thinking about. Mm, say say I'm doing meditation and I tell myself, okay, it's during this meditation, we're gonna only think about positive thoughts. And when we have a negative thought, we mark it on a piece of paper and we keep track of the many moments of thinking and what one is thinking about, and is it flowing? Is the mountain up in the west? Uh, what what caused me to to notice that I'm getting sleepy? Did I notice that suddenly my mind stopped thinking, and for a moment I was drifting away? Maybe I I was able to notice that my mind kind of stopped there and then it started again. So what was going on when I was not thinking? It was like I was put on a pause or a hold. And then I started up again. And I kind of noticed that it had happened. Mm, Thoughts, thoughts. What are thoughts? Thoughts, thoughts, thoughts. What are thoughts? My my hand is holding up the phone. It's aiming it at myself. So when I was about to fall asleep, I felt my hand kind of relaxing and kind of falling to one side, but I was able to catch it and keep myself from letting my hand kind of relax, because I have to hold my hand in this position so that it records it the selfie in my camera aims at my face so that you can see that I'm talking. But for a moment there, I was overcome, almost overcome by the my need for sleep, because I have deprived myself from sleep all night long. So uh, so I'm thinking of on thoughts. That's the topic for today. To think about thoughts. What what are we gonna get by thinking of thought? Oh, I I fell asleep. Did you hear any snoring? I don't think I snored. Did- I think I was semi dreaming. Now I can't remember what I was dreaming about. Hmm. Maybe I was kind of bringing together some different thoughts from previous day of what has been occupying my mind and trying to come up with some kind of plot, uh, up some kind of plot. Oh, there my hand fell back again. So I'm finding it very hard to stay awake. Hmm. Would it help to breathe in and breathe out deeply? I don't know. Oh, it fell back again. Hmm. Hmm. I almost fell asleep. Then what is it that is waking me up? I do kind of wanna keep this meeting to 11. And on my phone to see if I can slide, minimize, I guess. Five, six, page 936. So it's 936. So I got an hour and a half. Want to keep it open. Maybe somebody join later on. Maybe Robbie should join. Oh, we have Mike Zorn in the house. Mikey, welcome to and think clearly. Welcome, Mike Zorn. What a pleasant orange background.
Where is everybody today?
Everybody is doing what they have to do. And That's going up.
Okay.
But
Was there a group earlier?
yes,
What was the subject for today? What world problem did you resolve, come to ultimate solution to?
oh wow, it's still in the process. The topic was on thoughts, and eventually, little by little, everybody left. And but I'm still thinking on thoughts, and so I'm thinking thoughts,
Stock,
thoughts,
the stock
thoughts,
market? Or what was the subject again?
thoughts, like thinking on thoughts, like the things that happen in the mind, that pop up in the mind,
Oh,
like
thoughts. Okay.
T THOUGHTS. Yes. What are thoughts? Hmm. What are
What
thoughts?
was the consensus?
Consensus?
Yeah.
What did you say? Consensus?
What did you all decide about thoughts?
What did we decide about thoughts?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't ask them what was our conclusion, because we were just asking lots of questions, like where do they come from, and like when we have them, like what kind of thoughts are they, like there seems to be some thoughts that are like intuitions, and Rami's kind of mm, thinks of them as on one end is intuitions, and on the other end is kind of like judgments, and so the it's like a spectrum, or it goes from you could have thoughts that are very intuitive, and on the other end thoughts that are very like I, I don't know if you use the word judgmental, but they're very, I guess, non-intuitive, that maybe, or that we say, oh, that's very well thought out, calculated, and I thought of that. And intuitive is more like it popped into the head out of nowhere. I don't know. And then Don thought that maybe intuitive thoughts are more of a higher level, maybe, uh, and then I suggested, well, what about instincts? Then maybe instincts, perhaps they're like uh, from the body. They arise from the body, like they're, hmm, so, things like that. So we're just looking at the whole field of thoughts. The whole where when contemplating on thoughts, where would that lead us? And maybe uh yes, I went to a WikiHow website and entered what are thoughts, and it looked like there were like at least 30 articles on it. Mm, and I ventured into thoughts that arise, that make us, that it sound like they're like voices, like those kinds of thoughts. So what what to do when we hear voices? They could come from, maybe that they're caused by Hmm. What is it? Traumas or depression or hmm, hmm, what like like what's the word? What is that word that hmm, some kind of mental condition that's not that that's labeled negatively. Oh, and negative and positive thoughts. What if yes, we're told that we have to try to avoid having negative thoughts and have positive thoughts instead. But how do we determine whether one is having a negative thought and versus a positive thought? What if a negative thought is actually a positive thought? Hmm.
You're breaking up. I'm missing half of what you said. I'm gonna log out and try and log back in.
Oh, okay.
All right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Maybe it's the air conditioning.
Nah, I think it's my internet.
Hmm. Wow. I held on all this time since they left. And Mikey showed up. What's the word? Oh, schizophrenia. Oh yes, schizophrenia. Maybe, maybe if you hear voices, it could be a sign that you're becoming schizophrenic. In other words, schizophrenia, if we think of it as a disease or some kind of condition, something like that, that we've labeled as a such, and we've associated it with causing, or maybe that's there's symptoms that include having voices, hearing voices, then that could be a symptom or a clue that one is having schizophrenia arise, whatever that is. See, but what is schizophrenia? Is it like split personality? What causes it? Is it like, could it be the corpus callosum? Something is weakening it so that we have end up having two brains and the left and the right hemisphere and not communicating well with each other the way it should and causing signs of schizophrenia? I don't know. I guess I should look it up. Oh. Rami, welcome back.
To answer your question, schizophrenia is not split personality. I'm going to give you two resources.
Wow, you were listening to all that?
Nope, just the last 30 seconds of it. There's resource number one.
Wow.
And then later we can review and look into resource number 2.
Wow. Mike Soren popped in,
Hmm.
and then he said he would be popping back in. He left because he couldn't hear well what I was saying, and so he left. Uh, and
Well,
said,
do you want to turn it off? Or do
I'm
you
going to
want,
leave now.
do you want to turn it off or do you want me to turn it off?
See you after a while.
"Okay, what is schizophrenia?" Schizophrenia is a serious mental illness that affects how a person thinks, feels, and behaves. It's a serious mental illness that affects how a person thinks, feels, and behaves. Oh, that's interesting. So right there, the authors, the society, the community that adheres to this definition, it 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 distinguishes uh, activities of the mind of a person, the activities that um, that a person would be doing that would announce that there is schizophrenia. Those activities are separated into thinking, feeling, and behaving. So there, the word thinking is not expressed in ongoing, but more like there it is. So there's thinks, feels, and behaves. So schizophrenia is a serious mental illness that affects how a person thinks, feels, and behaves. Those are 3 categories of activities of the mind: thinking, feeling, and behaving. Wait a minute. Behaving. Behaving. That's an interesting word. When I think of the word behaving, I'm thinking the body is doing activities, action. So that's different from thinking, in that other people can see what's going on. So it's more outward. So thinking can be hidden from others. Feeling, maybe it's less hidden, because when we're feeling something, we might express it with facial expressions without even being aware that we're doing it. Like when we're feeling sad, we might have an expression of sadness, but not very noticeable, but maybe noticeable enough. Or when we're happy, there's a happy feeling, we might have a different face. Or when we laugh, we have a certain face. And yeah, okay. And then behaviors. So there's thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. So I'm putting those three in a spectrum of uh, hmm, of activities, of ranges of activities. They go from thinking to feeling to behaving. Uh, so schizophrenia is a serious mental illness that affects how a person thinks, feels, and behaves. So schizophrenia affects how a person thinks, feels, and behaves. So does schizophrenia produce produce those activities? Maybe it doesn't say it probably doesn't suggest that. It's more like it influences how one thinks, feels, and behaves. So how one thinks, feels, and behaves is produced by the person, and then schizophrenia is a illness, so it's not the person, but it's an illness. So they're separating the person from the illness and calling that illness schizophrenia. So let's go on, continue. People with schizophrenia may seem like they have lost touch with reality, which can be distressing for them and for their family and friends. The symptoms of schizophrenia can make it difficult to participate in usual everyday activities, but effective treatments are available. Many people who receive treatment can engage in school or work, achieve independence, and enjoy personal relationships. What are the signs and symptoms of schizophrenia? It's important to recognize the symptoms of schizophrenia and seek help as early as possible. People with schizophrenia are usually diagnosed between the ages of 16 and 30 after the first episode of psychosis. Starting treatment as soon as possible following the first episode of psychosis is an important step towards recovery. Wow. However, research shows that gradual changes in thinking, mood, and social functioning often appear before the first episode of psychosis. Schizophrenia is rare in younger children. Schizophrenia symptoms can differ from person to person, but they generally fall into three main categories: psychotic, negative, and cognitive. Psychotic, negative, and cognitive. Psychotic, negative, and cognitive. Psychotic, negative, cognitive. What is cognitive? Has to do with cognition. Negative is kind of thought. If you could simplify all thoughts, or if you could be able to categorize or judge all thoughts as either negative, neutral, or positive. But in this case, schizophrenia symptoms differ from person to person. So the symptoms of schizophrenia can be put into three categories.
psychotic, negative, and cognitive. And it's interesting, the word negative. And so negative is also has its own dimension. It's part of a range of thoughts. Say they range from being negative thoughts, they go up to positive thoughts, and the thoughts in the middle are called neutral thoughts. If, things could be that there's a positive and negative, they're separated by imbalance. So then maybe that order is that what separates the positive from the negative. And maybe that order is a system of neutral thoughts. And I kind of thought of them as being three regions of thoughts: positive thoughts, negative thoughts, and in between them would be neutral thoughts. But they're not easily kept separate, are they? Just like when you're thinking about positive thoughts or negative thoughts or neutral thoughts, just you're thinking makes them so. So maybe it's crucial to think this way, that there's three kinds of thoughts. Nice. Getting sleepy again. Psychotic symptoms include changes in the way a person thinks, acts, and expresses the world. People with psychotic symptoms can lose a shared sense of reality with others and experience the world in a distorted way. For some people, these symptoms come and go. For others, the symptoms become stable over time. Psychotic symptoms include hallucination. A person sees, hears, smells, tastes, or feels things that they are not exactly there. Hearing voices is common for people with schizophrenia. People who hear voices may hear them for a long time before their friends. Wow. Yes, I think my mother may occasionally have moments of hallucination, and where she may hear something. Well, when she has dreams at night and she talks them out or has conversation with whoever she's dreaming about. So I wonder if during that time she could be thought of as hearing those voices, or maybe not. Maybe she's making them up like we make up the dreams. So when we make up dreams, is that making up of the dream? Is that schizophrenic of us to have a dream because we're hearing voices in the dream? Or close to it? I don't know. It depends on how lucid our dream is, I guess. Delusions. When a person has strong beliefs that are not true and may seem irrational to others. For example, individuals experiencing delusions may believe that people on the radio and television are sending special messages that require some response, or they may believe that they are in danger or that others are trying to hurt them. Thought disorder. When a person has ways of thinking that are unusual or illogical. People with thought disorder may have trouble organizing their thoughts and speech. Sometimes a person will stop talking in the middle of a thought, jump from topic to topic, or make up words that have no meaning. movement disorder. When a person exhibits abnormal body movements, people with movement disorders may repeat certain motions over and over. Negative symptoms include loss of motivation, loss of interest, enjoyment, and daily activities, withdrawal from social life, difficulty showing emotions, difficulty functioning normally. Negative symptoms include planning and sticking with activities such as grocery shopping, having trouble anticipating and feeling pleasure in everyday life, talking in a dull voice and showing limited facial expression, avoiding social interaction. Avoid social interaction or interacting in socially awkward ways. Having a very low energy, that's what I'm at right now. Very low energy. And spending a lot of time in passive activities. In extreme cases, a person might stop moving or talking for a while, which is a rare condition called catatonia. Wow, I'm about there. These symptoms are sometimes mistaken for symptoms of depression or other mental illnesses. Cognitive symptoms include problems in attention, concentration, and memory. These symptoms can make it hard to follow conversation, learn new things. Mm. Oh man, risk allowance. Oh man, how can I find help? Oh, like, oh, it's endless. That was from the National Institute of Mental Health, a lengthy article on schizophrenia with resources for getting help and maybe giving you ideas of pre pre-diagnosis or like self-diagnosis, self maybe not self-diagnosis but self-evaluation and going through checklists and see what it is that you might have and then getting ideas of where to get help. Uh, so I'm going back to here. Oh, Mayo Clinic has an article. Diseases and conditions. Overview. Schizophrenia is a serious mental disorder in which people interpret reality abnormally. Schizophrenia may result in some combination of hallucinations, delusions, and extremely disordered thinking and behavior that impairs daily functioning and can be disabling. Oh man, I'm about to fall asleep. People with schizophrenia require lifelong treatment. Early treatment may help get symptoms under control before serious complications develop and may help improve the long-term outlook. Mayo Clinic does not endorse companies or products. Advertising revenue supports our not-for-profit mission.
Uh, Symptoms. Schizophrenia involves a range of problems with thinking, cognition. That's interesting. Thinking is after the word thinking, in parentheses, it has cognition. So to me, that suggests that cognition is thinking. Cognition, it has a root, cog, it has the GN as in the beginning of the word gnosis, GNOSIS. So cognition is the ability to think those things. So schizophrenia involves a range of problems with thinking or cognition, behavior, and emotions. So right there, this definition of it categorizes these activities again. Well, not exactly the same way, but it categorizes into thinking, behavior, and emotions. In another place that I was reading, it separated these activities into thinking and something else, and I forgot what the other two were. Thinking. Mm, let's see. Wait. Bring it up. Mm. I think in another definition, from other article, it was saying uh, thinking. No, maybe not thinking, but maybe more like thoughts and behavior. Mm, mm, mm. Hallucinations. These usually involve seeing or hearing things that don't exist. Well, aren't we always hallucinating then? Because we're always hearing things that don't exist. Maybe they do come from actual things, but by the time they get to us, they're just signals that Calling me with a private number. Negative symptoms. What are negative symptoms? This refers to reduced or lack of ability to function normally. For example, the person may neglect personal hygiene or appear to lack emotion, doesn't make eye contact, doesn't change facial expressions, or speaks in a monotone. Also, the person may lose interest in everyday activities, socially withdraw, or lack the ability to experience pleasure. Oh man. Hmm. Symptoms can vary. When there's symptoms that that teenagers have to deal with, like schizophrenia symptoms in teenagers are similar to those in adults, but the condition may be more difficult to recognize. This may be in part because some of the early symptoms of schizophrenia in teenagers are common for typical development during the teen years, such as withdrawal from friends and family, a drop in performance at school, trouble sleeping, irritability or depressed mood, lack of motivation. So all those could are so common that there's no thought about it, but it could be caused influenced by schizophrenia. Also, recreational substance use such as marijuana, methamphetamines, or LSD can sometimes cause similar signs and symptoms. Compared with schizophrenia symptoms in adults, teens may be less likely to have delusions, more likely to have visual hallucinations. Mm. When to see a doctor? So, if you have schizophrenia, you might not even know that you have it. So, how would you bother going to see a doctor? Maybe you end up going to see a doctor because you think you have this rather than schizophrenia. Yeah, some other thing rather than schizophrenia. So you kind of misdiagnosed yourself or was got motivated into going to see the doctor for a certain for something else other than schizophrenia, and then you get surprised to find out that you have schizophrenia, or at least that's what the doctor says. What I wonder how that gets evaluated. Is it like trial and error, or is it like good times? Mm. Did I snore? I couldn't hear myself snoring, but I was asleep for a few seconds. I guess maybe it was 5 seconds, and I only thought it was like 1 or 2 seconds, but maybe it was 5 seconds. Wow. So I'm gonna go back to Zoom. So thank you, Rami, for sharing your links. He shared the recent one was from Mayo Clinic. covering schizophrenia and their symptoms and causes. And before that one, he shared one from the National Institute of Mental Health. It's a government website. It talked about schizophrenia. And he shared before that the website wikihow.com. WikiHow is pretty good. I've never used it before. I figured, oh, Wiki, oh, it must be by the same people. No, it's like they're probably just independent. Um, hmm. So, what have we learned about thoughts? Well, I get an idea. Um, I'm coming up with a theory. So, thoughts, feelings are are feelings kinds of thoughts, or are they generally thought of as different? Like you have thoughts and you have feelings, and they're different, or do they overlap? And does one cause the other? Like, do thoughts cause feelings, or is it that feelings cause thoughts? Hmm. Where am I? On my bed in my room. I guess it's not very professional of me to be lying down, or should I say lying down on the bed in this podcast. Oh, wake up and think clearly. Maybe if I talk clearly, then my thinking will become clearer. Hmm. Oh. Now I'm still recording. I slept quite a while. See what time it is. Oh, oh. Oh. It's almost 8 minutes. Mm. Mm. Mhm. Whoa. Oh.
Mhm. Oh. Mhm.